हाँ तो चलो दे दो, मेरा साइन रहेगा ना। हाँ वो साइन रहेगा। आँख बंद करके पेमेंट बनानी है, बस आँख बंद करके।
से टाइम ही नहीं दे रहे चेक करने का।
बोल दूंगा मुझे लग जाएगी फिर। बोल दूंगा अभी मिर्ची लग जाएंगे, अभी चौथा करेगा। कॉन्फिडेंस ऐसे दिखाते हैं बिल्कुल एक ही चीज
सर
से कर।
मैं एंट्री कर रही थी, सर ने बोला तू बस डालना है, मेरे को प्रिंट दे दे, मैंने डाला है कहीं दे दिया मेरे को। और फिर चेक करने का टाइम ही नहीं दिया, सर ने A2 बना तो जल्दी ये करके दे दे, ये करके ठीक है, मैंने दे दिया ठीक है।
मुझे
ले जाओ
लगता है फिर वो बोल दूंगा आने से।
ले जाओ सर।
even incentives for early monetization. Royalty rates are also very reasonable. What we are trying to focus on is that how much work you will be doing in the acreages. So the government focus from revenue maximization for the government to production maximization for the economy. That's the transition which has taken place in the country, and we have worked on that in last several years. And result of that is that we have awarded almost 134 blocks for exploration. Now, what we are coming here for is, next slide, these are the opportunities which are available currently, which we are talking about today, is that we had made discoveries, national oil companies and even private sector had made discoveries, but which were not monetized. So we have made a package of these. These are the resources which are already discovered. These are the discoveries which are available, and these have to be monetized. Now, another thing which is important is, as we focus on the gas-based economy, CBM has also become important. We are the 5th largest coal reserve holders in the world. So there is a scope for CBM. The infrastructure for gas has come up, so it has become easy to monetize. So these two opportunities are available as of now. And if you see the resources which are listed on this, we are calling it, can you go to the previous slide, please? We are calling these small, discovered small fields. But if you see the resources which are there, and you can make just back of the envelope calculations, if we take 30% recovery of the oil and 50 to 60% of the gas, the value of these small discovery is almost $50 billion. $50 billion. Now, for oil and gas industry, it's small, but it's not a small by any stretch of imagination for any of the industry. And you who are sitting in this room can unlock this $50 billion for the prosperity of the country. Next. Now, these are some of the details which our colleagues from DGH will also explain to you. There are 75 discoveries under DSF, and there are 32 contract areas spread over in various states. Infrastructure in these places is available, and these are very, very easy to monetize. Some of the companies which have taken DSF discoveries in first 2 rounds, they have already monetized. Some of the companies are sitting here. I would like to mention one, the Kiri Energy, which is sitting here. They have monetized very small discoveries, but quickly monetize it. And that can basically increase your cash flow very quickly. The next. These are some of the highlights which are for the DSF. You don't require any qualification of E&P sector to work in DSF or CBM. The weightage is on work program. The liquidated damages, I would like to just highlight this. Many people are afraid to enter into oil and gas sector because the penalties were very high. We have reduced a lot for small players so that more activities take place. Similarly, we are focusing on ease of doing business. As a result, many things have been done which will make entry into the sector easy. Next. Now, similarly for CBM round, there are 15 blocks which are available on offer, and these can also be easily monetized. One highlight of CBM is that earlier some of these blocks were located which were far off or were difficult to monetize. But now, because government has focused on infrastructure of gas, so many of these blocks have become very, very viable, and the gas is easy to evacuate from that. CGD rounds have covered most of the country, so you can easily monetize the gas from these areas. Next. So this again, some of the highlights which our colleagues in DGH will explain. The focus of the government has been on ease of doing business, how to facilitate the investments, and all of us are working to ensure that investments takes place and how you can easily monetize the resources which are available. So, next. So these are some of the issues which I thought let me highlight for you. This is an opportunity for you to enter in oil and gas is going to play a very significant role, and focus of the government is how to enable you to make investment and be partner in the prosperity of oil and gas and of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Amarnath. Some very interesting insights on how the two Black Swan events have made our sector all the more relevant. So much discovery is still to be done, 2/3 potential still remaining, and number of relaxations that we'll talk about in the next session for the bidding rounds. I think with this, I'll invite our next speaker, Mr. Sai Modi from SBI Capital Markets.
Thank you, Gaurav. And I, at the outset, thanks MOPNG and DGH for giving this opportunity to be present on this dais and express our views on, mainly I'll be covering the financing options which are, available to coal bed methane and discover small fields. So, good morning, everybody. So, to start with the presentation, basically, there will be good amount of funding needs, in the E&P sector. Since the oil is back to the price what we are seeing today, again we are started seeing the activities, in the oil and gas. I can tell you, between 2010 to 2015, we used to see a lot of E&P players, frequently visiting us, and there was a lot of discussion on how to raise funds, and there was activities on fundraising on the E&P sector between 2010 to 2015, and we gathered a lot of experience in funding, even to some extent overseas field for, like BPRL, where we work with Mozambique and Brazil field, and definitely also in India, there was CBN round of funding which was done in 2010 to 2012. But subsequently, we seen even globally, E&P activities taking a backseat for whatever reason, and accordingly, there was not many activities or many fundraising activities also happened during last 5 years. But again, we have started seeing, global players at least started knocking on our doors to discuss few things and, discuss how Indian banks can help raising capital even for the global players. So that I think is a good thing, But before going global, definitely, looking local and making funds available to E&P opportunities in India would be very crucial. And, that is where I'm just trying to throw some light, what is to be done and, what lenders are looking at when looking for the funding needs. While liquidity is not a problem today in India, funds are available for, very long tenor, which would suffice our requirement in the E&P. But definitely there are certain asks which investors or, players in the industry need to look at. So this is about SBI Capital Market. I'll take a minute. We are part of State Bank of India and 100% subsidiary with, headquarter in Mumbai, followed by Delhi. We have a big offices and other regional offices. We had, work with global players also, like global banks and foreign banks of Indian offices through SBI network. So we are there across all the activities, whether project advisory, you're raising funds for the projects, then debt capital market, equity capital market, we are there across the value chain. And work with all the players, in the oil and gas industry. Like in midstream and downstream, we have almost work on 90% of the project. And in the upstream also, we work with some of these players, like GSPC, BPRL earlier. So we have gathered good experience in dealing in these areas. So just to mention about, already has been covered on coal bed methane and special round. So basically, earlier there were certain issues which was faced by, coal bed methane policy or, what lenders were finding it difficult. So basically, there was a overlap between the, areas which were given earlier, but that has been now removed. And each block is separate and it falls in the separate state. Then the pricing, has been given market driven. That is a big plus for, lenders to consider funding for these projects. And that will go a long way, to make funds available for this activities. Similarly, 100% participation will bring a lot of, stakeholders or investors from overseas as well as private players in India can look at it, big way. And that will be, give a lot of fillip the activity in this area. So these are, some aspects which are already covered, again has been pointed out here. So just I will take about, points for consideration while, growth enablers of SCBM 2021 has already been shared with you and are there to see. So basically, environmental challenges in regard of, the discharge of water, that is what is initially seen in the CBM block. So while testing the wells, handling that water become little issue. And subsequently also there has to be a proper infrastructure should be in place to handle discharge of water which is coming, as a dewatering process happens in CBM round. So that is something needs to be handled properly. Then, all the statutory clearances, basically land acquisition, in the CBM round is a tricky issue because land has to be purchased in patches as you go on for the exploration. And subsequently, the number of wells in CBM are quite more than the conventional thing. So, you have to be continuously under land acquisition process, which becomes challenging at times, and definitely from lenders' point of view, they would like to have a clear visibility, like whatever your program of well development is, take place in a time-bound manner. So that is the reason, land acquisition and any issues regarding statutory clearances related to that become very important. Then subsequently, like for lenders, definitely visibility of the cash flow is important. While in CBM, we at times we have seen that in the initial stages particularly, how the dewatering take place because you won't have control, on the some of these activities. So dewatering takes place, slightly for the longer time, which brings some concerns to the lender, how and when their cash flow will start and to what extent it will get ramp up, So that is something, just one of the points for consideration. And apart from this, like there are certain enablers are already there. And there will be Urja Ganga pipeline, which connects now most of the fields, in the CBM block, at least on the existing side. So evacuation of the gas, found would be a quite important thing because ultimately that gas has to find way to the final consumers. So, definitely that is one aspect lenders will be looking, deeply when they evaluate anything related to CBM or, DSF also for that matter. So, like we have seen good response to, discovered small field. Already 2 rounds have happened and more than 100 areas have been given on contract. And we have not seen, production from many of those fields. But I understand 2 fields have already started producing. And that is a very good news, because once you see production has already started, that gives a lot of comfort to whoever is putting money. So, so my reading yesterday and discussion, we understand 2 fields have already started producing, and that will be, will be watched by the investor, their production profile, because that will give, data backup to compare anything, which will be coming in future. So, so again, these are some of the enablers, like 100% participation is allowed, full marketing and pricing freedom has been given for the discoveries. So that will again, help the DSF round of funding also. And then other points for consideration is, again, comes to, time for regulatory clearance and accuracy for the seismic data, which would be very important, because the reserve-based funding or anything, ultimately seismic interpretation would be very important. And, Indian lender point of view, they themselves, unlike some of the foreign lenders we see, who have their own geology department and they can interpret data, Indian lenders will, to great extent, will be dependent on the reserve report which you will bring on table. So, for global agencies to study that data, the accuracy of seismic data would be very important, and to, establish credential of this sector going forward. This is something, major step to be looked into. Then field development plan, reasonableness and its approval, because field development plan is basically a kind of a project financing, which will be decided upon what are activities you are planning, what is your capex toward those activities, what are the facilities you are, adding into when you bring that gas to the shore or, at the surface. Because ultimately, there is where the capital expenditure will be involved. So this field development plan, at times, lenders will go a lot detailed, because, there would not be any benchmark, directly available, unlike in some other sectors where you can compare cost, apple to apple. While in case of exploration, that is one challenge, which comes across. Because every project has its own challenges, every challenges, result into cost going up, going down, then that benchmarking becomes difficult. So this reasonableness of field plan, like the operator who is getting into development of field plan should be, quite confident the numbers he has put, which should not be low or very high, it should be what is bare minimum required and optimum required, so that your returns are ultimately, linked to this. And so is the debt repayment of the lenders. So, like, while DGH approves this, field development plan, so that will be a prerequisite for the lenders. But at the same time, when investor or the operator is developing this plan, he has to ensure that, a lot of efforts and, due diligence on his part goes into where need develop this field development plan, because then it becomes easier to explain it to the lenders and, convince the authorities who take the decision on the capital expenditure program. Then again, synchronization of the transportation structure and evacuation would be very crucial, like more in DSF than in perhaps in, CBM block, because this will be, like particularly if the gas is found, you need to have a proper, evacuation arrangement, so that it goes into cross-country pipeline and reaches the end consumer. So coming to the financing options part of it, like there are 3 stages in, any E&P activity. Exploration stage, where the potential resources are yet to be analyzed. And this is a kind of a probabilistic event, And then there is a development stage when the reserves are proven and you decide to go for a extraction plan, you prepare your FDP and, get that FDP approved and arrange funding and go for the capex. And then come the production stage where commencement of hydrocarbon actually start and, you start realizing your revenues. So these are the 3 stages which, require their own funding requirements are there across all these stages. And, we will tell you what kind of option, will be available, and particularly when it comes to Indian banking system, what they can look at, and, what would be the challenges, how you will like to mitigate that. So exploration stage, definitely now, whether it is India or world over, the risk associated, there would not be a conventional banking lending during the exploration stage. Definitely, if the stronger players are there, they can exploit their balance sheet to arrange funding for the exploration stage. But generally, it will be funded out of equity-linked instruments, or either private equity or venture capitalists, would be looking at this. And this would be a good opportunity, like if it is a CBM or DSF, where the risk of reserve is slightly on the lower side compared to the greenfield E&P asset. So there would be interest from PE players also. Perhaps we have not seen much in the Indian context. Definitely, this is something Indian PE players can look at. So during development stage, as we pointed out, risk related to environmental clearances, statutory clearances, reasonableness of the field development plan for extraction of this thing are there. And then, reserve risk is something, which needs to be addressed properly before, you move on to this stage. And financing option like lenders in whether Indian banking system or overseas lenders can be approached, when you have reserve certification in place and you have developed the field development plan. This is the area, from which lending community can start looking at funding for the development activities. Definitely, they will have their due diligence process, but development stage can bring in the banking flow which is required for development of whether DSF or CBM field. There are like earlier CBM has been funded by Indian banking system way back. It was in 2010-12. But yeah, definitely there are experience with the Indian banking system on this. So development stage, definitely in banks are open to look at it subject to the due diligence. Then the best stage for funding is definitely, when the production is on and you have hydrocarbons coming out and you are start realizing, all the effort which has gone in. So then, this is the easiest thing perhaps to look at for any banking sector or, any investor point of view also. Only risk associated is definitely, pricing risk, the way we are observing the volatility, either in, gas prices or any energy basket for that matter. Because the amount of money you can raise based on the whatever the production profile you have is, widely undergoing, depending on the prices, can undergo change. So definitely, the lender or investor will like to put the appropriate discount before he goes into, deciding on what kind of funding is available based on your reserves, your production profile. So this money can be used, for your early activities for further exploration and, further well drilling. So like, it would be like once you strike the oil, your first project may not get funded, for exploration stage by the banking system, but you have the production in place, then that money, you can leverage to fund your subsequent activities. That is how, the funding should happen, and that is how it perhaps happens, worldwide also. So this is the lender's perspective, like when you would like to come to the lenders in terms of funding and, what kind of, minimum activities you will definitely like to look at before you approach them and how you will like to mitigate them. Definitely lenders will have their third party due diligence. But then, at least if this is in place to good extent, the proposal can become bankable for the lenders to at least start looking at. And increasingly as they gain experience in this aspect and this sector, definitely, the flow will start moving more and more banks can start participating. But definitely, a lot of work needs to be done even from the, operator community before, they can start approaching the bank. So like land acquisition, which is the most critical area, like any bank will request you what are your land acquisition plan, what kind of challenges you will face during this. And, definitely there will be condition to that effect, that you acquire majority of the area or entire area for your activities of field development. Then field development plan should be approved by DGH and it should be reasonable, a lot of due diligence should happen from your side. Environmental risk, there will be, all conditions would be there before disbursement start from the lender, like whether it is MOEF clearances or State Pollution Control Board and, any activity which can harm, natural so MOEF clearance would be, it comes as a pre-disbursement condition or pre-commitment condition. Then evacuation and transportation risk, like once you bring the gas out, you should be in a position to connect it to the, gas pipeline and take this forward. So apart from this offtake risk, you will be have offtake agreement in place. That would be a big plus for you to take this funding. And then pricing risk will be evaluated by the lenders based on previous pricing movement and average pricing, and they will be doing sensitivity on this aspect. The operator and promoter risk, basically, you should have proper management in place, even if you don't have a prior experience. Definitely, the management should able to take this forward, in a time-bound manner, and that expertise should be there. Then lastly, the reserve-based lending, as we told you, based on once you come to production, that this is the something, lenders will be most forward looking and most, agree to look at this funding. And globally also, RBL is, one of the major funding where, lenders are extending their balance sheet. So that will be, discounted to, on various factors, how the revenue sharing, how are, what is your CapEx program, OpEx program. It will be discounted, and depending on your production profile, you will get money upfront, which can be used for various other activities. So, again, in this case, reserve reports, certification of reserve by world-class agencies, production profile approval from FDV plan approval, then security for the lenders and regulator consent to create security, and mainly, escrow mechanism, which would be critical to, bring this funding in place. But this is something, anybody who has already near approaching near completion or near production can think of this funding, and, there will be a good response from the lenders. So with this, we come to the end of the presentation. So basically, there will be funding available from banking system, subject to proper due diligence, mainly at development and production stage. So with this, I thank you again, MOPNG and DGH, given this opportunity to come on this dais and present our views. If anything is there, we can, I can answer it, a one-to-one discussion, or later, you can reach out to me. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Modi. Very interesting perspective from a lender's view on what they look at, and particularly at the development stage, which is relevant for us right now. Next, I will invite Mr. Ranajit Banerjee from HDFC Bank. Sir.
Am I audible? No, it's okay. I'll stand here because I need to see the screen. Our big daddy SBI has already given the perspective. They are roughly twice our size, so we will take half the time, hopefully. I am currently with HDFC Bank, no longer with DGH. I have been an energy banker with ICICI, Standard Chartered, and HDFC in my earlier avatar. So I will try to bring those that godly knowledge back to the current scenario. And whatever SBI has said, I will try to do it in the private sector way, graphically, the McKinsey way, and see if that makes sense, and try to be quick. Let me congratulate ourselves, that is the government of India, the entire community, having made this paradigm shift from PSC to HELP. That has really worked. Our benchmarking study by Wood Mackenzie have given the big quantum jump in terms of fiscal parameter and attractiveness of the Indian sector. Obviously, there is the technical aspect which is sitting below, the data, access to NDR. So the triumvirate of HELP and DSF rounds, PEC of course is there, and the access to data have created the paradigm shift where intelligent decisions, we all sitting here, can take about investing. Now, what is the framework what SBI have discussed, and I will try to put it graphically. We have exploration, appraisal, development, primary production, and EOR. And as this graph, which is a favorite of the industry, is that the percentage of equity is highest in exploration. And in quantums, this process is not a continuum. There is a discrete jump. A lot of magajmari is involved, to use a standard terminology, jumping from each phase, from exploration to appraisal, appraisal to development, development to primary production, and then EOR, as he has said in sort of in words. I am trying to show you in graphs. And accordingly, the expectation of the community have to be tempered that each jump involves significant increase in availability of commercial funding, that is non-technical funding, the non-equity funding. And our policy frameworks are also, as rightly pointed out, designed for each one of these phases. For example, the HELP phase is the child from nursery to standard 12 to graduation to engineering, doesn't need much of hand-holding. And CBM, the exploration risk is perhaps non-existent if properly selected. So we don't need much of a guidance from the lending community in terms of getting the ball rolling, so to say. Whereas DSF is perhaps by nomenclature in the development phase, but by its current structuring and the availability of what we see on the block, perhaps needs some of those shaded areas of appraisal to be carried out for it to be established. Again, SBI has clearly brought out that DSF needs some kind of preliminary work where equity percentage is higher to establish it, and once it is established, the funds would start flowing quite quickly if you have a clear production profile. And we have EOR and PEC again, where the risk profile suddenly increases. Not suddenly, it increases gradually, but once you go to a PEC framework, the risk profile changes. So this is in summary what SBI has said, and we corroborate that. What are the challenges? PEs and VCs in the Indian context, impossible. I mean, I would say for exploration, extremely challenging. Only in the US, Gulf of Mexico and on land, perhaps North Sea, we see PEs and VCs in exploration, specific, very, very rare, but very, very successful also. So balance sheet of established players, and in my next slide I will bring out, perhaps we need more foreign investment, foreign funds, not funds sort of in the sense of funds, but funds backed by technology and knowledge. It is the DSF where mezzanine kind of funding is required that perhaps needs some kind of government intervention and funding for EOR. This is the red box, deliberately or coincidentally colored red, I don't know, but this is the sector, this is the domain where perhaps the government intervention, the policy interventions, the policy enablers are necessary, and the triumvirate of decision makers are present on the dais, and they can kindly note. I have worked with OIDB in my earlier avatar to give them some feedback as to how to put some kind of a structure in place for funding this middle box, where the transition from discovery appraisal for the smaller sort of fintech kind of initiatives, I would say, startup kind of initiatives can happen. Low risk, stable returns, senior debt. Any bank worth its salt would like to lend to a development project which is well established and producing. There is absolutely not an iota of doubt that I have been involved in some mega financings. I have seen coincidentally some mega failures also in that box, in the gray box. I don't want to delve on them, but if properly done, there is no doubt of funding availability. Some policy suggestions in way forward. We perhaps, I think, all of you are aware that we can count in our one hand how many foreign investors are looking at the exploration side. And it is in my earlier things, sir has been pushing me and prodding me a lot. Mr. Das has been in terms of getting the foreign investors capital flowing in. So if we can further create a policy, enabling policy framework for getting the foreign capital, along with technology, looking at deep water, ultra deep water, difficult fields in place, that would be a major achievement, which will kickstart the exploration or put Indian exploration back to sort of what we were seeing a couple of decades back, where we had a lot of interest in Indian exploration foreign investors. Policy prescription for DSF, a funding window for DSF, startup funding, which can be refinanced immediately after they start producing, will be perhaps a necessary thing. And in the low-risk, stable return framework, I think the banks do not have much of an ask. Perhaps the security mechanism, enforcing the security, and mitigating the contractual risks in EOR. I think the EOR2, that is PEC2, has mitigated some of the risks that were there. And if they are mitigated, it should be eminently financeable. We had many success stories in the past, contrary to the current sort of storyline. We have many success stories in the past that we need to bring out into the market. That these have been the Barmer fields in Rajasthan, KG offshores, Rawa, Hazira, CBOS2 again in Kane. And these success stories have given, I would say, 50 to 100% IRR to their original investors, if not more. So the question is, if those, and this is a norm. I mean, mezzanine funding in US in dollar terms is what, 18, 20, 25%, he will give return back to the investors. So if those success stories are there, I'm sure the current rounds of DSF and especially DSF should have those success stories embedded in them. And it is possible, if we are careful and if we are honest with our analysis, to replicate those success stories. So I will end my presentation by saying that if we can, in the near future, replicate those kind of IRRs, not 100%, but 25% IRR, 30% IRR, which is the norm in the oil and gas industry, we should be able to attract quality capital into the Indian E&P industry. This is where I will end. Our bank I will just end by saying, unlike SBI, we haven't funded many oil and gas projects. I was head of energy banking in HDFC Bank, was a last job. But we have, our sponsors have promoted a couple of oil and gas projects, entities, HOEC being one of them. We were the main, our sponsor had set it up, our promoter had set it up long time back. And Price Petroleum, in partnership with HPCL, was also set up by HDFC. We had 33% stake in it, together with ICICI Bank. So those framework existed, and we would be happy if that story gets replicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranajit. I think relooking at the 5 success stories is always very motivating for us as a sector. Next, I'll request Honorable Secretary Shri Pankaj Jain to come and give a keynote address. Sir is known for making detailed notes and keeping very close track of key investors himself. So great to have him hands-on with us in this sector. Sir.
Thank you very much to all of you for coming over today. And we are really enthused by the scale of the response and the enthusiasm really, which, even as I walked in with the brief conversation which I was having, and I will be presented through the day, I will be having a lot more conversations with so many of you. But I think it's important to really contextualize all this. It's just important to step back and understand what is happening. And I think perhaps in some ways, I have had the privilege of being associated with the banking sector for many years. And now I'm on the other side, in a sense, in a manner of speaking, so I can perhaps see both sides of the coin, and therefore I can also sense what is it that entrepreneurs want, but also sense how do I make it more salivating for a banker. How do I get a banker excited to actually start looking at this project? And that really, to my mind, is what is what my job really ought to be. How do I make this work? Let's again, as we look at the big picture, let's look at the next 25 years. In fact, we are currently working on, in the government, it's been announced that we are working on action plans for the next 25 years across various sectors. I mean, the Prime Minister has often been calling it the Amrit Kal. I think one thing which keeps coming out again and again and again to us, and it's shorn of the noise you'll hear. Crude oil, gas, and coal. They're not going anywhere. As far as India is concerned, they are going to be around. Just look at the numbers. Even today, it's something which our minister often keeps mentioning. 6 crore people visit a petrol pump every day. 40 crore LPG connections. Now, can you imagine this suddenly, these people in the next 25 years saying that I don't need any energy? People are going to need energy. Renewables will be part of the mix. What we will be using crude, gas, and coal for may also change, which means the end use of crude oil and gas might be changing. I might be using crude for more petrochemicals, for instance. But the fact is, every kilogram of plastic is going to require a carbon atom from somewhere. Where is it going to come from? It's going to come primarily from things like crude. Energy is going to be required in gas. And again, I think no secret in this. Gas reserves are far, far bigger in terms of total consumption, in terms of what the gas is going to last us much, much more longer. And it's a relatively cleaner fuel. So again, there are a lot of prospects here. We've all mentioned, I think previous presentations I mentioned this, I don't want to repeat this. We are our consumption-wise, we are 1/3 of global average. We are growing at 3 times the global average. In gas, we'll probably be growing at 7 times the global average in terms of consumption. But the fact remains 85% of our crude and 53% of our gas is still imported. And it's a real shame because we are sitting on so much crude and gas. We don't even know what we are sitting on. And therefore, the whole idea, which again the Prime Minister had really brought out very early on in the COVID days, this whole concept of Atmanirbharta is actually originating, it manifests itself in this sector, in what we are trying to do here. So I will not talk about our aggressive plans around OALP and so on, because that's a different audience I'll be dealing with. But really over here, this entire business of DSF and CBM is where actually somebody else has done quite a bit of the hard work for you. They have gone around poking holes everywhere, and they've discovered something on which now you can go ahead and start working on. And there's the whole prospectivity, as we call it, that improves dramatically just because somebody met with failure earlier and now is giving you something which at least is a partial success. So therefore our focus much more is on data, making data available around this, because that really is the starting point for anything. Making sure that you have a menu of options. It's like a cafeteria approach. I give you a whole menu, you choose. You know that, this is your appetite, this is what your taste buds are like, so pick up what you want to like. And at the same time, making sure that the business size of this opportunity, I think $50 billion was being mentioned, which is basically what, 4 lakh crores, roughly. roughly 4 lakh crores is a huge business opportunity, and that's just DSF. If you look at, again, and I keep going back to what the Prime Minister often says, and I think there's no way really I can communicate this in English. He keeps reminding us, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. This is the right time. There's no better time than this to get this going. And what we should therefore, as government, need to do is to make sure that as you go ahead looking at DSF and CBM, how do I de-risk this operation for you so that the same thing becomes attractive for bankers to look at. So we've talked about evacuation of gas, for instance. We are today 17,000 kilometers of pipeline. We will be 35,000 kilometers in the next 3 to 4 years. And then I'm not counting over here the way CGD is increasing. I mean, CGD business, if you look at it, has come out of nowhere. In the last 4 to 5 years, forget the IGL and the MGL, but look at the way CGD has grown, the kind of money which has got made in CGD in the last few years in India. It's been a dramatic transformation of the entire landscape. So it is possible to make transformational changes and see it happening. And what that CGD network therefore does is, wherever you are producing CBM, there'll probably be some off-taker available very nearby. Because whatever you can produce, immediately it can get into something. This whole idea of, again, we talk of different kinds of risk. So can we minimize market risk, which is what marketing and pricing freedom does? Can we look at reducing your costs? So zero cess, looking at even, zero royalty if you're doing ultra deep water. So, I mean, there's a whole long list which I think we will be discussing later in the afternoon. But the point also is that how do we also remove some of the regulatory hurdles? And that's where government often has to come in. And I think we have had some very remarkable successes which will unfold in the days to come in terms of environment, defense, space, whole lot of these things which conventionally used to be cited to us. I think the way we have been progressing very systematically, we have been ensuring that we have everybody on board as we sort out some of these problems. I think the early successes here have been quite inspiring, and I'm very grateful to Mr. Banerjee for pointing out some of these successes which we have had, and again talking to some of you in terms of what we have seen, what we have been able to do even with small fields and coal bed methane. So it is possible to do it, but I think what we also need to understand is how we have a good story to tell. How do we tell it to bankers? How do we tell it to financiers? And again, when I keep talking about it being the right time, today you have a banking sector which is so robust. In India, there hasn't been a phase like this in the banking sector for a long, long time. I think Mr. Banerjee would probably be very familiar with this, and some of you would know. Their NPAs are at the lowest, the kind of liquidity which they have, the consolidation which has happened, which means that they have size. Size means ability to be able to take decisions which are on the frontier. And the fact that a lot of space has got created because they have enough capital, they've got a lot of headroom to lend. So it's not just liquidity, it's the fact that they have enough capital to be able to lend, and people willing to give them even more capital should they wish to increase. And the fact that in many of these areas, this is actually for them, again, a sunrise industry, because look at the pricing, that's what's happening. It's not just crude pricing, look at gas prices. There is a real visibility in terms of what I can get. So how do I then convert it into something where I can give more comfort to a banker? And again, some of these ideas around mezzanine funding, absolutely spot on. Securitization, most definitely, that needs to happen. We do not have historical frameworks to rely on that. We will have to develop, and in fact, we'll probably have to co-create some of these frameworks so that securitization of your cash flows, assured offtake, some of those things start coming into play. And we have different, let me put it this way, we have different dots in the system. We need to join these dots. Earlier the problem was you even did not have these discrete dots. Today you have them. It's all about joining them together, and you can actually create an ecosystem which enables some of these things to happen. And it will also therefore involve some element of understanding where should the balance of risk lie. What is often called as rebalancing of risk or redistribution of risk. So we will have to work jointly on making sure that some of these risks get redistributed, and in fact, more importantly, also get mitigated. So having said that, what I'm looking forward to in the course of the day is new ideas, new ways of working. We believe we have done quite a few. We are using this opportunity to tell you what they are. But if there are things which you may have thought of, or which you may have seen of, or which you may have heard of elsewhere, if it is possible to replicate those here, we'll be more than happy to look at them. We think that this is a great opportunity at this point in time to actually get these moving, get these done, because the enthusiasm which we have seen, the kind of response we have seen has actually been infectious. As a ministry, as the DGH, we all charged up to making sure that we are able to deliver on this. And I look forward to the proceedings of the day and constructive engagement with each of you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary, for sharing your key thoughts and insights. I think one thing which did stick with me was Mr. Pankaj Jain's talking about oil, gas, and coal is not going anywhere. If you look at the transportation fuel in India, 55% of that is diesel, and largely that is used in trucks. Now, a lot of electric vehicle conversations that we're having is largely focused on two-wheelers and cars, where petrol forms less than 20% of the total basket. Trucks, the transition will happen when hydrogen fuel cell technology develops over the next decade. So effectively, what we're talking about is the demand for oil, which is 55% diesel, and everything else, aviation, LPG, etc., is not going anywhere, at least for the next 1 decade. And therefore, the opportunity we're discussing today becomes all the more critical for us to convert the discovered small fields and CBM into tangible hydrocarbons for the country. With this, we'll conclude the session. I would like to thank Honorable Secretary Shri Pankaj Jain, Honorable Additional Secretary Shri Amarnath, our Director General Shri SCL Das, and our key speakers from the banking community. Thank you for joining us today. As a next step, we'll be breaking for a quick tea break. Separately, there will also be one-on-one interactions with Shri Pankaj Jain in the Business Center. Kindly join us in room 4 for that purpose. Thank you. Please do join us back in 15 minutes for the technical session. That will be very important for the bidders because we'll talk in detail about the amendments being made for each of the bid rounds. Thank you.
request Dr. C. Lakshma Reddy, ADG Exploration, to present the hydrocarbon potential of blocks on offer under OLP, DSF, and CBM bid round. Dr. Reddy has a diversified experience of more than 30 years in oil and gas industry, and he is leading the exploration wing in DGH. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you, Manish. At the onset, we have started these physical meetings of late, as Amarnath had said in the beginning of the session, after, we are encountering the 2 black swan events we have encountered. Because of the COVID, we could not meet for successively almost for 2 years. Yes, but in spite of that, we had several several rounds of investors meet in other places in the recent past, and I'm really very glad to see the response which we have received here. And after listening to the plenary session, and we would like to bring out certain salient features of the contracts as well as the hydrocarbon potential which is lying in all the opportunities which are on offer today in the OLP regime and the DSF3 regime and the CBM bid round. Going forward, we'll be presenting basically a snapshot view of the sedimentary basins, what is the potential which is lying, what is the status of exploration, who is operating. So this will be the outline of my presentation, and basically, there are a lot of potential lying. It's only the right approach and right investment and right technology investment as well as the financial investment which is required to bring the hydrocarbon which is lying subsurface to the surface to the benefit of the mankind. As one of the industry leaders was telling, and for that matter, Secretary Petroleum was telling, oil is not going to go anywhere. Oil is pervaded into the every aspect of our life, and it has improved the quality of life of the people. And we should be thankful when we talk about the net zero future. We should be thankful to the oil and gas industry. It's because of the oil and gas industry the carbon emissions is less. Otherwise, probably we would be burning the wood and coal. Instead of blaming the fossil fuel, especially the oil and gas for a lot of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, we should thank to the oil and gas industry because because of that, whatever amount of carbon dioxide which was to be released into the atmosphere has come down. So that should not hold up our investments into the E&P sector. First of all, let me speak about the sedimentary basins. And as you all know, the geographical area of the country, is about 3.29 million square kilometers, putting mainland and islands together. And we have in the offshore area, we have up to the exclusive economic zone where we have the right to exploit the hydrocarbons. That's about 2.36 of, so when you talk about the sedimentary basins, it is both on the onland and the offshore area. That we have about 3.36 million square kilometers, which is, which we need to be exploring and then realizing the potential. And out of 3.36 million square kilometers, you have in onland part 1.63, and in the offshore part we have 1.73, and in the shallow water we have 0.41 million square kilometers, and deep water beyond 400 meter depth we have 1.30. This is a 30 million square kilometers which is there, and it is a pictorial depiction which you have. The basically sedimentary basins have been indicated here, and then in the second map, we have indicated both deep offshore, shallow offshore, and then onland part of it. And where exactly these resources are lying, these are lying in the 3 category of the basins. The categorization of basins has been done based on the commerciality. It is not really speaking, not based on the geological resources which are lying. The commercial aspects, why I said is, because in category 1 basins where exactly the commercial producing hydrocarbons are taking place. And in category 2, we have basins where we have the discoveries, but yet to be commercially developed. In category 3 basins, we have no discovery, but based on the analogy, there are resources which are lying, which is less to be explored. So far it has been explored less, and in fact some of the category 3 basins we have recent success stories which will be upgraded in view. And in the recent process we have adopted a PRMS resource classification which is based on the industry practice of, for financial institution to fund what is the quantum of reserves which the industry has, each company has, based on the price of the hydrocarbons, both for the price of the gas and oil, the quantum of the reserves will vary. If the oil price increases, the quantum of reserves which are lying underneath increases in there, and otherwise it goes into the contingent resources. Both it moves from the contingent resources to reserves and reserves to resources. And how is that, what are the hydrocarbon provinces, what is the data coverage? In terms of the geology, if you speak, we have three types of basins, both rift basins and fold and foreland basins, interorogenic, and the crustal sag. If you see the color coding which has been given, actually the rift and perictonic basins, which are basically mostly the hydrocarbon prolific regions, and which encompasses both onto the onshore and offshore, and especially in the fold region, foreland Himalayas, as well as the northeast side fold belt, there also you have hydrocarbon production, especially in the Assam and northeast states, Nagaland, Tripura and Arunachal Pradesh and other areas. And the crustal sag area is one area where we need to commercially realize the hydrocarbon potential. But of late there were success stories. We started, I think you might have read in the news that Hatta 3 well in Vindhyans has produced while testing, near about 62,000 cubic meters of gas per day. And then, it is not that, even there are leads in the Kadapa basin also, because these are all the outcomes of basically the NSP survey flagship program which has been carried out by the government of India. What is the data coverage in these regions? That's a pictorially depicted, the green part, dark green part, which has a very good data coverage, and a slightly, a shaded version in the green itself, that has a fair data, but whereas in the other basins, we have a limited data, but the government is striving to increase the data in that one. As more and more investors come in and do a aggressive exploration, the data coverage will substantially increases. Where is the potential lying actually? Where exactly it is lying? If you really see, the 85% of basically the resources lie in the category 1 basins as of now. But even in the category basins, even in the category 1 basins, we have a substantial quantum of undiscovered resources which are there in the category 1. And if you go into the category 3, totally the resources which are indicated are basically the undiscovered portion, where exactly 177 places have been mapped in the resource assessment study as well as in the Indian sedimentary basins, out of which 86 places are having the proven hydrocarbon resources, and 91 they are known to have the hydrocarbon resources. Only you need to intensify exploration and establish the reserves in these places and to be brought into the surface. And with respect to the geological age, the distribution of the hydrocarbon resources has been indicated. The majority part of the hydrocarbons lies in the tertiary. But these figures are not as standard figures, as we know, as we go on exploring these resources across the geological age, different place, probably the quantums will vary. It is as of now, what is the exploration stage based on that which has been given. And when it comes to the government, earlier we were having the nomination regime, then we moved to pre-NELP regime and then NELP regime, and then NELP regime was the production and contracts regime, where many of the operators said, please allow us to carve out our own blocks. The government should not carve out the blocks and offer the blocks. That gives us certain limitations with respect to prospectivity and all. And then with regarding to the cost recovery mechanism, there were issues, there were whether, contentious issues which were there. That is the reason we have migrated to the PSC regime to revenue sharing contract mechanism. There was a substantial gap of about 7 to 8 years to move from the PSC regime to revenue sharing contract regime mechanism. And after that, HELP policy was brought in, under which OLP program was brought in. Under OLP program, the exploration acreages have been put to. See, under OLP regime, See, OLP regime, what exactly has been done? Country has been divided into grid pattern and the data was made available. NDR functions like a fulcrum. Based on that, potential investors can carve out their own blocks and look for exploration in these blocks. If you see the how much the fiscal regime has been liberalized and the government constantly evolving the process to make it investor friendly and as well as the operator friendly. In order to that one, category 1 basins, basically earlier, weightage for the work program was 50%, that was liberalized further. The more weightage was given to the work program, 70%. And the capping on revenue also, earlier there was no capping. There were certain bids which were, exorbitantly quoting the revenue mechanism. So the blocks were not going into the right hands to explore further. That is the reason for the revenue sharing mechanism, the 50% capping has been specified. And concessional rate, royalty में concession देने के लिए it has been put in the liberalized mechanism. If for a early production from these, they got 10% of concession has been given. And when it comes to the category 2 and 3 basins, it is only the work program which plays a major role, where major weightage has been given to the work program. There is no revenue share mechanism. Only thing is, in case of the windfall profit, there is a incremental revenue sharing mechanism has been designed. And when it comes to the concession in royalty terms, and no concessional. Earlier there was no concession for the early production, but at a later stage it was introduced. From category 2, 20% concession, and from category 3, 30% concession has been given. There is some problem with the movement of the slides actually. Yeah. And reduced weightage on revenue share for category 2 and category 3 basins. Here if you see, the weightage which has been given for the category 2-3 basins have been increased to 95%. As I said earlier, revenue share is 0% and originator initiative which has 5%. That means what? When you look for the data demarcating and on the NDR, and then you demarcate the block and express the interest. For originator, the 5% marks have been given in the biddable parameters. And royalty rates, we have the graded royalty regime. When you compare with the online, where if it becomes easier for this one produce, that's the reason why the royalty is a bit more. As you move into more risky areas like deep water and ultra deep water, the royalty has been reduced. And for early production, incentive for early production, and in the category 1 basins, we have 10% concession, and category 2 basins, you have 20% concession, and category 3 basins, you have 30% concession. And so far, 7 bid rounds have been successfully carried out, and the blocks have been awarded. And just yesterday only, the 21 blocks have been signed by the respective parties. And with regarding to the bid round 7, the blocks are still under signing. And so far, the acreage which has been awarded after large gap, if you see, the cumulatively 2 lakh square kilometers have been awarded in the OLP regime, and total blocks which have been awarded is 134, and that comes to about 3.13 USD billion. That indicates the confidence of the investors and technology investors and the financial investors in the Indian sedimentary basin. You see the commitment of 3.13 billion in USD, that too at the exploration stage. If such commitment is a big one, because in island gas industry, in the development phase, where you need, really speaking, much more investment. At exploration phase, committing $3.3 billion is a very good achievement in a short span of time. And the committed program has been indicated, near about 40,000 line kilometers of 2D seismic has been committed, and 56,000 square kilometers of 3D seismic has been committed, and 487 exploratory wells have been committed. And so far, the 12 wells which are drilled and the 3 discoveries are made, 2 in Rajasthan and 1 in Cambay Basin, which indicates a fairly good chance of success. If you see, I think almost 1:4, you have a discovery. And under HELP, investment commitment of 5 to 6 billion is expected for exploration activities alone, and development, production and activities require investments in multiple $1 billion. And as of now, we just concluded EOI round on 31st March, and this will be put under the OLP bid round 8, and 13th UI window is open. Why this gap has come between the UI window and the bidding round? During the pandemic time, we could not carry out, but the UI rounds, as it was scheduled, the UI rounds went on, and some of the UI rounds were clubbed into the bidding round. That is the reason there is a mismatch between the bid round and the UI round. And this is the brief, what is the OLP blocks which are on offer. That going to be 10 blocks which are going to be offered under bid round 8. These blocks are basically in category 1 basin, we have 4 blocks, that's about 9,505 square kilometers, and in category 2 we have 3 blocks, in category 3 we have 3 areas, and in the 2 basins. And these, if you see the category 1 basins, the OLP acreages, Krishna, Godavari, Cambay, Assam Self, these are hydrocarbon prolific places. And what exactly is required is, instead of giving a just committed work program, with a great intention of carrying out the exploration, and it has to lead to the success actually. That is the reason, that's how judiciously the exploration has to be done in this block. Please come and invest in these blocks, and the investment into OLP acreages is like investing with the startup companies. Yes, there is a risk, but there is also your return getting multiplied. Who imagined investing into a Zoom company will fetch so much of money? Now the market capitalization of Zoom is much more than the combined market capitalization of the complete aviation industries. When Infosys started, whoever has invested, they have become billionaires. The OLP is like that. Basically, there is a risk. There is a risk that your capital may be a little bit at risk, but if it is a calculated risk, you invest in OLP acreages, in phase, you find a discovery, your investment will get a return multiple times. What are the salient features of HEL Prism? A single license for both conventional and unconventional hydrocarbon, which was not there earlier. To exploit the unconventional hydrocarbons, that was not there. That has been included, because you find a reservoir which is there, and then the source which we generally call shale, even the hydrocarbon which are available in the shale also can be exploited here, and then if you find a coal bed methane within that block also can be exploited. And open acreage licensing program allows carving of the blocks by the bidders, studying the data and bringing their intellectual values. Fiscal regime, I explained earlier, and low royalty rates and concessional rates. And basically you have pricing and marketing freedom. As we have seen earlier, the gas prices were less, but now gas prices are touching the skyrocket prices. And then similarly the crude also, everybody thought, when the futures market has gone to negative, people thought that, the oil may not be required and in future and all. But, it's again moved northwards very fast, and then very soon I will tell you that because of these black swan events or maybe many more, and then because of the increasing of the personal mobility, the crude prices might touch $200 per barrel also. So it's the right time to invest. By the time if your oil and gas comes in, maybe you will be able to reap in big benefits from that. And when it comes to the DSF 3 rounds, as Secretary Sir has mentioned, somebody has taken a risk, somebody has discovered the blocks, and then the resources are there in discovered blocks, and it has been put, and the earlier 2 rounds have been carried out, and in the 2 rounds, there was a great success in some of the cases, and it has been producing. And basically, probably the reservoir saturation studies and the remapping of the area and then reinterpretation of the area will enhance the reserves which are indicated in these DSF fields, and it can be exploited further. So as of now, we have, I think, about 72 discoveries in 52 contract areas. 75 discoveries into. Why? There is a significance in that. It is not that one discovery has been put for the bidding. The contract areas have been identified by including a cluster of the discoveries. There could be continuity between the one discovery to the other discovery. The earlier interpretation has given pockets of the discoveries, but now with some persons who are bidding for the contract areas and take these acreages, then probably you reinterpret and reprocess the data, the reservoir extension may be much more, and then the reserves which are there in these discovered fields might increase substantially. That is the area where the exploration is also required in this one, and then enhancement of the reserves which are there in these blocks. So these are the contract areas. Out of the contract areas which are offered, there are main 6 contract areas which are there. Why I am calling it as 6 contract areas? These 6 contract areas are holds a substantial amount of in-place reserves in this. That almost consists of about 54% of the total in-place reserve which are available as which are on offer. They contains in these 6 contract areas. Out of these 6 contract areas, one is onshore, that is the Kavitam one, and the rest of the 5 are in the offshore. And these contract areas have already is near to the existing infrastructure, which will be which will make the investor very easy to exploit these locations. And in Krishna Godavari basin, it's basically, you all know that whoever is from geology background or whoever have invested in the basins, this is a commercially producing basin, and the basin has about 230,000 square kilometers. Unrisked hydrocarbon in place itself is about 9,555 million tons of oil equivalent, and there is a huge amount of data which is available. Only thing is, by evergreening that data and reprocessing that data, probably you will be reducing your geological risk, and the main place which holds these resources have been indicated, and it is both KG basin, both is on land and as well as the offshore part and the eastern offshore area. See, this is exactly where the locations of the contract areas which are there in KG offshore. You have 20 discoveries which are being clubbed to, basically 20 discoveries are there, and which holds about 91 million tons of oil equivalent. And in the KG onshore, we have 8 discoveries which are on offer, and the contract areas have been indicated. These 8 discoveries are there in 3 contract areas in KG onshore, whereas in the KG offshore, you have 20 discoveries which have been clubbed into the 7 contract areas. If you see exactly the locations of the blocks which have been indicated in that region, and already the existing infrastructure facilities are there. In the coming slide, I will be showing what exactly the infrastructure facilities which are available. See, exactly, if you see the Kavitam DSF field as well as the Dangaveru DSF contract area and Sundarvan contract area, you see the Narsapuram GCS facilities, Kavitam UPS facilities, Pasarlapudi GCS facilities, which are quite near. The moment you start flowing these oil and gas from these blocks, you have a infrastructure, existing infrastructure which is there, you can link up and then monetize these fields. And similarly, offshore also we have Vodalrevu terminal near to the contract areas in the offshore area. And in the Mumbai offshore area also, we all know it's a major oil producing region and prolific, and the country's major production comes from this region, and nobody need to emphasize more. It has Bombay High, when it was discovered, whatever the quantum of reserves which were there, probably it would have come for 20 years. Now after 40 years also we are producing. That means what? The principle of more barrels of oil has been added to already existing oil. So by taking these contract areas in Bombay offshore also, by doing a proper exploration in both all the regime, DSF and then as well as OLP, probably you will be adding more reserves and adding to the kitty of basically production and as well as the reserves. Here the contract areas, 22 discoveries have been clubbed into the 10 contract areas, and this region is lot of infrastructure which is already available, which is only has to be hooked to the nearest facility which is available, and then resources which are indicated near about 78.7 million tons of oil equivalent in place is there. And so the basic advantage is near to the market and near to the infrastructure and having the potential. These are the surface facilities which are available in Mumbai offshore and near to the contract areas which are on offer. And when it comes to Kutch offshore area, we keep telling the Mesozoic has a huge potential. Yes, getting an image below the basalt in this region is a thing, but you know, we have discovered gas from these areas after drilling the basalt. Only thing is you need to bring in maybe the broadband seismic technology or maybe the improved seismic technology, and these OLP areas also can be carved out, as well as the DSF fields which are on offer. The hydrocarbon habitat has been established already, and this can be exploited conveniently and then well profitably. And these are the two contract areas which are there, encompassing 9 discoveries, have holding a resource of 31.50 million tons of oil equivalent, which are there, that the exact location has been indicated on the map where exactly these contract areas are there. And basically, if you see the complete onshore, shallow water, deep water discoveries, how many discoveries are distributed in which area, and what is the area, and then how much of resources which are there in, in these contract areas, that's about 232 million tons of oil equivalent. How it is been distributed basin-wise has also been indicated in the pie diagram. And then if you see, the majority of the resources lie in the GK, KG, and Mumbai region. So DSF 3 bid round is an attractive investment opportunity. Somebody has already done, established the reserves. For you to enhance those reserves and the commercially exploit the resources which are being mapped in these discovered fields and then in the contract areas. The best part of it, the contract area, like, you have a scope for increasing the basically reserves in this area and produce it. And when it comes to CBM bid round, it's basically the most of the blocks which are there, so far, earlier rounds, the total blocks were awarded 33, out of which, 8 blocks under production now, and it's taking place in the 3 states which is there. And in Madhya Pradesh, RIL is operating and it is producing in the 2 blocks. And in West Bengal, we have 3 blocks where, GECL, ONGC and EOGPL has been, recently I have visited those facilities. And really speaking, it's in a systematic manner, the hydrocarbon potential which is available, coal bed methane has been exploited. And then this will also reduce the mining risk. And recently, you have been given the permission to both mine the coal as well as produce the coal bed methane which is entrapped in these areas. Investment made so far was about $2 billion, and then cumulative production achieved so far was 4.4 billion. This thing, as Secretary was mentioning, the Urja Ganga pipeline and then the pipeline network which is being developed in this region will make an attractive investment, and then you can commercially exploit these resources which were there. But otherwise, people who have operated earlier, some of the gas were to be flayed because of the lack of infrastructure. But now the infrastructure is coming in, and it's a right opportunity to invest in these DSF, CBM blocks. And in the special CBM bid round was announced in 2021, and the areas on offer is indicated in this slide. You have about 15 blocks in the 4 sedimentary basins covered, near about 8,458 square kilometers which are on offer. And the blocks have been indicated in the states of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Odisha and West Bengal. And recently, because of the efforts of the ADG development, Mr. Gupta ji, and he had gone and met all the industry secretaries in these respective states to facilitate the operators in order to get the faster clearances, and in order to get the support from the state government side. So those bottlenecks which we generally see as indicated by both SBI as well as HDFC, what are the major key areas at getting the land acquisition or other permissions. This has been to a great extent have been elevated, and then you will have a very less problems with regarding to dealing with the state government, and DGH is there to facilitate any sort of clearance mechanism which is required. And the blocks which are on offer, it's about, as I mentioned, with the 15 blocks and encompassing an area of 8,458 square kilometers, and the distribution which has been indicated, and the area-wise, state-wise area has been indicated here. The blocks on offer and the basin-wise, if you see, it's in Bengal, Purnia, Pranita, Godavari, Satpura, South Riva, and all these CBM blocks are in the category 3 basins. And that is the where you can get the financial incentives with regarding to the royalty as well as cess aspect. The same fiscal terms have been same as for the category 2, category 3 basins, which indicates an attractive fiscal atmosphere. This is a snapshot of completely where the CBM bid round is taking place. And what are the salient features in these coal bed methane blocks. All blocks are on offer in category 3 basin. There is no revenue sharing until the windfall gain. And the single license for conventional and unconventional hydrocarbon, here also you can exploit the conventional hydrocarbons if you find. And then it has the full marketing and pricing freedom for gas produced and infrastructure. I am telling you, very good infrastructure is coming up. And exploration is allowed during the entire contract period. One block is only one state, because the earlier operators have faced the problem when the blocks were carved out between the two states. One state is giving the permission and other state holding up. That problem has been avoided here, and there is no overlap with regarding to existing or proposed coal blocks or mines. Earlier this problem was there in some of the CBM blocks which were offered, and 100% participation from foreign companies or joint ventures is allowed, so that your capital inflow as well as the technology inflow will be in an appropriate one and win-win situation for both your foreign investors as well as you. And the gas infrastructure which is getting developed, as we said, by GAIL under the Pradhan Mantri Urja Ganga pipeline. The data availability with respect to what is required, first of all, is you need the data. What is the available data, which is really invaluable, really speaking. If you purchase the data from NDR and then evaluate and go about it, and it will save a lot of money, initial money, which is required for it. As I mentioned, OLP program in the country has been divided into grid pattern, and then you can, what is the data which is stored, 3 million line kilometers of 2D seismic data is there, 1 million square kilometers of 3D seismic data is there, near about 20,000 wells data is there, seismic reports are there, which has been stored in a structured form. You can register on the NDR site and then look into this data, or maybe buy the data, which is almost free. I would say a line kilometer of seismic data which you require to acquire more than $4,000 to $5,000, which is being given at a $1 per line kilometer. So this is the data, and NDR is working as a fulcrum for all the investment in the E&P sector in India. Please look into NDR and buy the data and reprocess it and come down and carve out your own blocks. And then with respect to OLP and with respect to DSF also, you can existing data, we can buy the thing and reprocess it. The OLP bid process at glance has been indicated. This will be dealt in detail in the facilitation desk. And the bid process at a glance has also been indicated for the benefit of who are present here in this hall. You, as I mentioned, you register, and then formation of a consortium and fulfillment of criteria, and then you can go ahead, and that will be anyway dealt in detail again in the facilitation this thing. Bid process has been indicated, major timelines are indicated in this one, and these timelines, when the bid starts, when the bid opening is there, and then award within the months. But all the process, the teams are well equipped in DGH to facilitate or to clear any of the queries which you have. And for bidder facilitation, on the portal, it has been indicated in the DGH portal. You can go through the portal and look for the thing. These are the key touch points where you can look for any sort of facilitation or even clarifications which are required. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. For the detailed presentation on the hydrocarbon potentials on offer, I am confident that the dignitaries in the audience are now eager to understand the improvement in the bidding terms that govern the ongoing bid round. I invite Dr. Anand Gupta, ADG Development, to give a presentation on opportune terms and conditions under DSF bid round and special CVM bid round. Dr. Gupta, in his current capacity as Additional Director General of Development at DGH, with an experience of more than 35 years in the industry, is overseeing the holistic development of the oil and gas operations in India. Over to you, sir, please.
They can run it. Good afternoon. Dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Reddy, my colleague in DGH, Additional Director General Exploration, HOD DSF, HOD CBMS, dignitaries of the dais. What I'm going to present, some of that has already been presented by AS Exploration in the morning, and Dr. Reddy has also presented over there. I would only like to tell some of the points which could not be covered little bit more in detail. And essentially, this is an outcome of the work which has happened in the last few months after launch of our 2 bid rounds, that is DSF-3 and a special CBM bid round. So in that process, we had number of discussions. We had pre-bid meetings. 2 pre-bid meetings were done for DSF-3 and CBM bid round, and based on the interaction and the feedback what we received, there is a lot of discussion which took place within the DGH and the ministry, and after consideration by the empowered committee of secretary, these have been approved and this has been put on the portal, and the bid, as Dr. Reddy said, the bid submission date is now 31st May 2022. Before I come to my next slide, my 2 colleagues on the dais, that is HOD CBMS, Ms. Aarti Gupta, and HOD DSF, Madam Tinku Nishal, along with the 2 of the colleagues sitting from the ministry, Mr. Santosh Mani and Madam Pratiksha. They have done a tremendous job. I must acknowledge it from this platform and request everybody to give a big clap to them for their good work which has been done, because it was not easy to take everybody's issues into consideration, and whatever best way is possible to be put together, that they have done. So I'm thankful to them, and we hope the outcome of this is seen in the next few months, and we hope to the aspiration what we have been seeing, especially what Secretary said, and to our Prime Minister's call, that we move towards 2047 Atmanirbhar Bharat for this country, with respect to energy also. Next, please. So this is DSF, and as you can see, and especially to our colleagues from the banks who were discussing in the morning, that what exactly is happening on the DSF bid round, and the outcome of this will help and giving them confidence that how to fund this industry. So here is what exactly is happening. That in 2017 and 19, we awarded a total of 54 contracts, actually, out of which 29 FDPs have been submitted, which have been duly considered in the DGH, which cover 100 million ton of oil equivalent and have sought an investment of $1.7 billion, out of which about $0.1 billion has been invested, and remaining is to become. On the right side, you can see on the bottom some of the photographs of the things which are actually happening in the DSF. And then you can see that these fields have been monetized or moving towards the monetization. We expect that by the year 23-24, in terms of oil, about 1.3 million ton of oil will be contributed from the DSF fields. And in terms of gas, about 3 BCM of gas will be coming. So this will be about 4 to 5% of total production, what will be coming in the years to come. Next. So this is the schedule which is there in the next few years in terms of production from the different blocks. And work is currently going on. As we have been discussing, 2 fields have been monetized. In the next year, this is the ongoing current year, that is 22-23, 6 more fields are expected to be monetized. Another 17 are expected to be monetized by 23-24, and remaining after that 24-25. This is the kind of production potential which has been envisaged next from these fields. So there is a complete schedule, and we expect that this realization is coming because a lot of facilitation has been done in the last few months. There were some challenges which were coming up, but we have tried to meet those challenges. Next. So this is, I'll just show you 2 quick case studies actually, which is currently ongoing, and we expect that by next month these 2 fields are put on production. First is BAT field, which is a western offshore field, and which was discovered in the year 1997. This was awarded, and it is currently undergoing pre-commissioning. A lot of firsts have been done. The field has been completed. First MOPU has been brought, and we expect there is good upside on the field as per the discussion what have been taking place and whatever studies have been carried out. The field is expected to produce about 5,000 barrels of oil and about 5 lakh meter cube of gas per day. And all work has been completed. A lot of cooperation has come from ONGC also in terms of completing and connecting the gas line. So first time a hot tapping has been done by a private operator with the ONGC pipeline also. Next. Next. This is another currently work which is going on, and we also expect that by next month this is also going to be monetized, called Hazari Gaon. This was discovered in 2008 by ONGC, but at that time the gas evacuation was a challenge. So because of that it could not be completed. The field holds good upside actually, and the well has been worked over. About 1.5 lakh meter cube of gas is expected to be produced. All the work related to the gas tendering has been completed. And one more important thing is that is the first block where the exploration has also started. So operator has seen that there is upside available and there is exploration area available for where currently the drilling has also started. So we see a good upside on this field also. This is just to support what Dr. Reddy was trying to tell, that with respect to, the exploration is also available. And in the new regime, you are allowed to continuously explore from the area which is being given to you. Next, please. So this is the area which has already been shown. Next. And this is the kind of terms which is available. So you have to be a registered company. You can participate through individually or consortium. The net worth of the bidding company should be equal to or more than the participating interest. Value of the biddable work program commitment with minimum net worth of $1 million. Tender fee of $1,000 is there. Bid bond of 1 million rupees is to be submitted per contract area through TDR, and bank guarantees to be submitted. Hard copy of the documents are to be submitted. Any bid which is with the deviations is liable to be rejected, and that is where I request, and this is one of the reason we have requested you to participate over here. Please ensure that on the technical or commercial grounds the bid is not rejected. In this respect, if you need any support, any guidance, we are all available. Anytime you can contact. Finally, in terms of bidding, the commercial work program, that is the evaluation which is to be carried out. But the bid should not be rejected. That is so very important. Next. So this is how it is actually now in terms of the evaluation criteria. 50% is with respect to the bid work program and 50% is with respect to the revenue sharing. And as I said, this has been worked out after a lot of discussion, after a lot of analysis, which we, with the experience, what we saw in DSF 1 and 2. So we have now given 50% weightage with respect to these two parameters. Next. So this is how it is with respect to fiscal notifications. The LD has been brought down now from the earlier 1 million, which was there for on land, it is $0.25 million. For shallow water, it is $0.75 million, and for deep water, it is $1.5 million. The CCD, comprehensive convertible debentures value has been added in the net worth definition, and there are liberalized and relaxed fiscal terms which have been given now. Next, please. So this is how it is. Contractual things have also been improved. Now, if you want to extend your development period by 1 year, you can pay the fees of $15,000 per month for onshore and $25,000 per month for offshore. And the contract duration is 20 years for from grant of PML and 10 years extension. And development period is 3 years for on land, and shallow water 4 years, and deep water it is 6 years, please. Next. So this has been brought out. Yes, exploration has already presented that now these revised terms are much better. Yeah. So it is a special CBM bid round also I would like to quickly cover. Next. So this has been already brought. Dr. Reddy presented it. Next. This is our resources currently which is available, and we see that substantial resources are locked up. And that's how during the last 1 year a comprehensive exercise was carried out, especially the issue of overlap with the Coal India or the Ministry of Coal. That all has been resolved actually, and after that this bid round has been launched. Next. So these are the blocks which are offered, was already shown by Dr. Reddy. Next. These are the salient features. Next. And this is how the bidding parameters. So here also the very, very important thing is that there is no revenue sharing with the government actually in these blocks, and it is first time being done. There is 60% weightage with respect to the number of core holes and 40% weightage with respect to the number of test wells. Next. This is how it is the bid qualification criteria. There is no qualification, which was there earlier in the tender document which we had offered, but after a lot of discussion, that has now been removed. Anybody can now bid for it. Next. This is how it is amendments which have been carried out, as I mentioned. There is now relaxed technical qualification criteria. You have to engage a technically competent team. There is no prior government consent for project financing, which was there earlier as a requirement, which has been removed. Now in terms of gas sales, there is a lot of liberal policies which have been available. Same has already been adopted. With respect to the section 42, clarifications have been given, and CCD has already been included as we have done in the DSF bid round. Yeah, next. So this is how it is. This is the amendment just for extra bidding, just for your information. Next. MRSC amendments. Next. So here I would like to say one thing, that during the last few months and an earlier analysis, we saw that stakeholders of states, those are so very important in this whole work if these opportunities are to be realized. And considering all that, we took personally and went to all the states or interacted with them just to showcase them that this is the kind of resource which is available. And I would like to tell all of you that wherever we met the bureaucracy or the statutory clearances authorities, and when this issue was explained, they said, yes, it's so very important. And all of them, especially from the industry side, the secretary industries and their departments who are promoting the industries came forward, had discussions, and I have broadly put all the summary sheets over here with respect to the 6 states where the CBM bid round is going on, and I can mention it over here that all of them have said that their policies in terms of clearances have much improved now. There is lot of facilitation available, and at all the places single window clearance is available. The people have been identified, and I would also like to inform over here that in the times to come also there will be continuous support available through DGH for this kind of clearances. Next. Next. So this is the bid round details, dates, which as I have already mentioned that in terms of DSF3, the portal is now open from 20th April and the submission is 31st May. And the CBM bid round, the portal is open from 15th April and 31st May 2022. We'll try that after submission, the evaluation is done at the earliest, and with the support of ministry, we would like that the blocks are awarded at the earliest. So these resources which are there for the people of India are monetized and harnessed at the earliest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The investor-friendly modifications made in the terms and conditions are expected to generate a lot of interest amongst the potential investors. Thank you once again for your kind presentation. We'll now take a short break for the lunch. The next session will be facilitation session, a brief on the bidding process, followed by the question answer session. We will resume at 2:30 hours for the session. I'll request all the guests to kindly proceed for the lunch. Thank you. Yeah, if any queries are there, they can be discussed on the individual level after the session also. For the interested bidders, how the bidding process is exactly working, a facilitation desk is readily available just nearby the registration desk. Anyone who wants to have a query on it, kindly be. Thank you.
And everybody is settled down now. I know post-lunch sessions are for more of a sleepy kind of sessions. But yes, we have to do it. This session is the facilitation session. This will be, basically in this session, we'll be going ahead with the facilitation options available at DGH, and mostly it will be the M-Junction part, who will be explaining how the bidding portal will be working, and the detailed presentation on the bidding portal of M-Junction, which is being used for DSF3 as well as special CBM bid round. For this session, I would request Ms. Tinku Nishchal and Mr. Partha Chakravarti from M-Junction to kindly take their seats on the dais. Post the presentation, we'll have a general discussions, a Q&A session, and the participants are requested to raise their queries, whatever is there, we are available to answer. I hope the morning session was useful for you all. We had multiple kind of interactions. We had presentation from ministry, from DGH, and everywhere. First of all, we had a presentation from Shri Pankaj Jain, Secretary MOPNG, who actually talked about more about the opportunities available and the steps taken by Ministry of Petroleum towards enhancing the investment in oil and gas sector. Then we had Mr. Amarnath Sir, Additional Secretary MOPNG, who actually discussed what are the modifications have been taken care in the oil and gas sector, and what are the investment opportunities available in E&P sector for the investors currently available. After that, as we are aware that DSF3 and CBM bid round is, special CBM bid round is already on. The bidding has started for CBM bid round. Bidding has started from 15th of April, and for DSF3 bid round, it has started from 20th of April. And our bidding portal is live, which I think, I guess Mr. Partha will be detailing in a moment. We had a presentation from Dr. Anand Gupta, ADG Development, who mentioned about the revised terms and conditions, and another presentation by Dr. Reddy, who actually talked about the hydrocarbon potentials in the opportunities available, and the blocks are on offer, including the OLP side also. Hope all the stakeholders and the investors have taken note of the opportunities available. With this, we had two important presentations in our first session, which were from SBI CAPES and HDFC, which actually brings everybody on the same platform, and probably for the stakeholders, it is a comfort-giving thing that from where they have to emphasize, and which are the points they have to take care while they're going for a financial institute or maybe somewhere for the lending purposes. The investors' friendly modification made in the terms and conditions are expected to generate more investment and more interest of the potential investors. As we all are aware that special CBM bid round and DSF bid round is already on, the bidding is already on. So I'm sure you will like to know more about what is going on in bidding and how the bidding can be started. Hope the new investors will be more interested to know what is all about the bidding portal. So now I would request Mr. Partha Chakravarti from M-Junction to actually detail about the bidding portal. Mr. Partha.
Good afternoon. So, in next 10-15 minutes, I would like to touch upon the feature of the bidding portal, what are the facilities it supports, what are security measures,
what are the things you need to know before you interact in the portal. Most of you might be aware of what you need already, the prerequisites, but for some who hasn't interacted with the portal yet, so I'd like to initiate from the very beginning. Very important part in any portal is it's few questions comes to your mind as a bidder. That is it secured? How bids are kept? Is it possible somebody to see my bid? Has it been verified by somebody? So these are the obvious question come to everybody's mind. So I'll address those questions as well. So to start with, this portal is going to support all the facilities described in NIO. So the same portal has been used for OLP, the DSF round, and as well as ongoing DSF and CBM round. This is the URL, public URL. You can type in your IE. All the demo, videos, everything are available in the portal itself. So if you need any help, if you do not know how to proceed, please feel free to download those videos. Otherwise, there is a help desk available. You feel free to call us. From M Junction side, we would be happy to help you in the bidding process. Two prerequisites. One is Class 3 DSC. If you do not have a Class 3 DSC, please make sure you purchase the Class 3 DSC because this is your legal identity. So this DSC is a small token, just like the photographs I have shown in the presentation. You have to have this because this is your legal identity, and it takes roughly 7 to 15 days time to procure. Second part is that you need the Windows-based computer and administrative rights some cases, because there are a lot of security components gets installed in the computer. So if you do not have the admin rights, it will be very difficult to set it up. Otherwise, if you have two things ready, you are good to go. Now, what is the e-tendering mode? This is seal bid, electronically submitted seal bid. There are two parts, part 1 and part 2. You have to submit both of them together. So this part 1 and part 2 is a combination of, it represents the single bid, though they are two different envelopes, electronic envelopes. Then what happens? This entire bid gets encrypted and signed using your digital certificate, that is the DSC. That DSC you have to insert in the USB drive. The e-bidding portal is capable of recognizing that DSC, uses the DSC to encrypt the complete bid and sign the complete bid. So this is a legally accepted document now in the system. Now what happens is, I'll come to this next slide. This particular bid gets encrypted in your computer. But before I step into that area, what happens? That encrypted bid gets submitted to the server. So when we receive the bid, we receive an encrypted and signed bid. So what is the process? The process is, from the data security side, in your computer, in your browser, the bid gets encrypted. Then the bid gets transmitted via TLS. That's another security layer. So when bid gets encrypted in your computer, M Junction do not have any capability to see that bid. That bid gets another, there is another encryption layer happens in the network level when it gets transmitted to the network. When we receive the bid in our server, that remains encrypted and signed using your digital certificate. And this entire process has been verified and certified by STQC. It's an independent body under Ministry of Electronics and IT. They have done these verifications with respect to security and compliances. So be assured the portal is absolutely safe. Nobody, not even M Junction, is capable to see your bid. This is from the security angle. Now let's step into the functional part of the bidding portal. What is going to support? It's going to support whatever the process is described in NIO. To touch upon, parent subsidiary bidding is supported. So company alone through subsidiary or through consortium, you can submit your bid, you can participate. Subsidiary can use parent's net worth. This is supported. Specify your net worth and bank detail at the time of registration, but updation of the net worth can be done by DGH only. So these are multiple rules which is already mentioned in the NIO, is also supported. For example, consortium bidding. Consortium member, if there are 3 members, all of them has to be part of the portal. All of them has to have a DSC. All of them has to register themselves. The lead bidders forms the proposed consortium and indicates the participating interest. So lead bidders distributes the participating interest among the consortium members. So all those facilities are supported. We have a screenshot to describe how it's going to happen in the portal. These are the bidding parameters, net worth, BG, tender fees, all the details are here. I'm not reading line by line, but this is part of the NIO as well. Now what happens is, when you log in, when you type in the URL, you get to see all the blocks on offer in the portal itself. You can pick up any one of them and you can show interest. But before you can show interest, you have to register yourself in the portal. So to register yourself, you need a DSC. Registration process is very simple. We have few slides to describe the registration process. So once you type in, show interest or select multiple blocks out of many blocks. So in the dashboard, there is a My Tender section, which is highlighted here. That is going to show the shortlisted blocks where you are interested in. And the live tenders will show all the blocks published in the portal itself. There are a few other important points. When you submit your bid, when you select a block and submit your quotation, you have to mention the priority of that block. So, and the priority cannot be repeated. So if it is 1, the next priority has to be 2, or it can be 2, 3, 1, whatever combination you, but it has to be independent from each other. This is an important aspect. System verifies that when you submit the bid. System will not allow you to use the same number or same priority for 2 bids. You have a right to revise your bid n number of times till the bid submission deadline is over. So when you submit a bid, you remember the envelope 1 and envelope 2, both of them get submitted in one shot. You cannot submit envelope 1 first and maybe later point in time after a few days envelope 2. No, you have to submit both of them in a single shot. The registration and bid submission process. For Indian bidders, you have to have a PAN. So use your PAN number. You can type in, you can choose your login ID. System will verify the login ID and either accept your preferred login ID or reject it. So this is a very simplified process. You have to insert the DSC in the laptop. System detects the DSC and accepts the DSC. So once this registration process is over, you have your login ID, password to log in into the system. Again, the process of the bidding, registration is obviously a part of it. It's a mandatory for each and every person. Consortium, formation of consortium, it's not mandatory, but there is an option. Then you have to fill up all those forms for fulfillment of criteria, mentioning LRP, MRP, HRP, and there are multiple forms to fill up, even for the DSF and for CBM. So once you completely fill up all those forms, there are mandatory fields which you have to fill up, mandatory documents you have to upload. Those validations are already inbuilt in the system. So once it's over, you have an option to preview that. So once it's previewed, you can submit your bid in the system. Again, the bid gets encrypted and signed using your DSC. Now if you screen, when you type in the URL, on the right hand side, that's not displayed here, but on the right hand side there is a list of numbers whom you can make call or email IDs. Please feel free to call us or send an email if you need any help. Once you log into the system, system will first ask you to choose the DSC you are using to log in. There can be multiple DSCs installed in your computer. It is going to look like this. So once you choose a DSC and log in, system is going to show you all the list of historical DSC you have used to log in and to interact in the portal. So there can be multiple DSC we have used because DSC gets expired in every 2 or 3 years. So, and there is an option to verify which DSC is being used, which got expired, everything you can control from a single place. Similarly, when you pick up a block to submit, in the respective section, you will get to see which block you have prepared. It's a draft state which you have submitted. All those facilities are there. If you click on the tender number, that to see the detail of that particular block, that particular tender, the number is actually hyperlinked. Similarly, there is a payment management section through which you can make payments. So it looks like this, where you can select multiple options for making payments for offshore, on land. All the combinations are possible, and system automatically calculates what is the respective fees, and the currency is always USD. There is also a bank guarantee page where you have to select specifically the block name, and all the information which displayed here is going to be filled up by you. It's all are mandatory. Once you fill up, you have to upload the bank guarantee soft copy, which gets again signed in the right hand side. Sign file is you have noticed there's an option called sign file. So you have to digitally sign that document using your DSC before you can upload any document. So most of the documents when you upload in the system, it needs to be signed. So for every document, we have a slide for that. For each and every document, against each and every document, there is an option called sign file. Until unless you sign, system will not allow you to upload any document. It's not very readable, but this is the place where you have to mention your priority against each and every block. If there's a consortium, so system will help you, allow you to add members, especially it is, and also the distribution of the PI among all the members. The screen looks like this. I have cut and paste, but it's a long table. So I have just zoomed a little bit for readability. So it shows who is the lead bidder and who is the operator. All those options you can verify and select here. Similarly, when there is a document, just concentrate on this section, especially the last, the red color sign file. Every time you upload a document, remember the document has to be signed digitally using the DSC. This is very important, though system will not allow you, but this is an important step, as I am repeating this, because until unless you sign, sometimes it will happen this normally as an user, when you use all other portals, we upload a file and it is done. But in this case, it's not done. It's at 50% done, and 50% you have to sign that particular file, each and every file using your DSC. These are the 11 documents you have to upload. It's mandatory. I'm not reading all of them, but there are few you can, it's already part of NIO, but you have to upload all of them, the soft copy of all of them in the portal. Otherwise, you won't be able to submit or complete the submission process. The bidding window is going to look like almost similar. So for the DSF, these are the bidding parameters against which you have to submit your quotation. Similarly, for CBM also, these are the parameters, and it is going to look like this, where you have to, against each and every field, you have to submit your quotation. Once everything is done, you confirm. This is two-step submission process. Once you confirm, system is going to show you the list. It's a checklist where you have to say, yes, I have verified this, I have verified this. And once it is done, you can submit final submission of the bid. Once the final submission is made, system is going to show you the confirmation, which you can take a printout. This is the prima facie, this is the bidding process and some glimpse of the portal. But whoever new in this DSC, who never used DSC before, I would request in every, workshop, I mentioned this statement that use the DSC first, log in there. You do not need to submit the quotation, but at least proceed little further, so that at the last day you do not face any problem. Because DSC gives a lot of trouble because of the technology is very, very old. And it's a compliance requirement. We have to abide by this. So that's the reason I would request whoever new in this area, please proceed, but do not submit the bid. At least see your DSC is working, file signing is working or not. I have nothing to say. Thank you very much for your patience. Wish you a comfortable bidding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think it was a very elaborate step-by-step presentation which showed how even a new bidder can proceed for the bidding, and the importance of DSC, of course. That is the first step which is actually required. Now, I would request the audience, if you have any kind of queries regarding the bidding process or DSF bid round or CBM bid round, you may please come forward and ask your questions. We are here to answer. Yeah, please. Kindly introduce yourself first, and then you may, pose your query.
Good afternoon. Myself Ankur Chatterjee from GAIL. I have just 2-3 queries like what is the major difference between lead operator and lead bidder and operator? And so why it has been created, I cannot understand.
Ma'am, would you like to take the question? Mr. Partha?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
When you are registering on the portal, there is one party who is registering. So he is taking the name of the lead bidder. He may or may not be the operator. So you understand? Now you may be putting the bid on behalf of your consortium. So you are the lead bidder. But you may or may not be the operator. That is the difference.
Okay. And another question is that this e-bidding portal is working on the MacBook?
No.
Okay, so in future, will it work, or actually working from home is difficult with this e-bidding portal?
Very clear. The system requirements are very clear. So whatever it is, it is.
System requirements is very clear. It is already is part of the portal, but is not going to work on the MacBook.
Okay.
Because of the security reason, there are certain limitations in the portal, in usage, and as I said, you need to have an admin right also. Otherwise, some of the components might not work because it needs to be installed first, set it up rightly so that it works perfectly.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Good afternoon. My name is Arvind Harindra. I'm from Adani Welspun Exploration in Mumbai. Basically, I have two questions. One is that Dr. Anand Gupta in the morning had shown some facilities that are available, for evacuation of hydrocarbons. Now, we had participated in DSF-1, and there were some facilities indicated at that point of time, and later on we came to know that the facilities don't have the capacity for any extra hydrocarbons to go into them. Has any work been done as to when the facilities are being projected in this particular round, whether any account has been taken into whether spare capacities are available or not? And also, another question related to this, I have another question also, is that will you be publishing the tolling and processing charges like you have done in DSF 1 and 2 for this particular round?
Thank you, sir. Like you said, we really do appreciate your issue in DSF 1. And based on this, for the round 3 already, the work, what you are suggesting is a work which is already in progress. Our divisions are in contact with the different major companies who have the facilities with regard to the capacity as well as the pipeline availability and everything. It is a work in progress and we should be able to get back soon on this. And the tolling and processing charges, sir, has already been uploaded on the website.
For all the blocks?
All the blocks.
Thank you. We'll look into that. The next question is that we congratulate DGH and MOPNG for the new initiatives taken in making the DSF round 3 more favorable for smaller operators. We see that there is one new incentive that's been given for early monetization. So is there any mechanism wherein operators who have got existing facilities near the blocks to keep them on a level playing field with other operators who do not have? Because we feel that those operators who have existing facilities definitely have a advantage. Is there any mechanism where this is being put into so that they are on level playing field?
So this is a point, your point is taken. Maybe I could ask our ministry representative if they would like to put in some point on this. Santosh, आपका कोई suggestion होगा इस पे?
That's the two queries.
Could you give the mic here, please, to Mr. Santosh, to the ministry representative we have here?
What I feel, ma'am, it's already a level playing field we have already created with all the operators. It can be considered in the future bidding round, but now it's almost, what we have seen, it's almost a level playing field for all operators. Because early monetization, all wants, ma'am. And to incentivize, we have given this facilities. So it's already a level playing field, ma'am, what we feel. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Krishnendu Chatterjee, I lead the regulatory and policy affairs in SR Oil and Gas. So I must appreciate Anand Gupta ji and Aarti Gupta ji for all these events across the various states where the blocks are located. That is facilitated a lot in terms of getting the clearances in place. One other thing I wanted to highlight is there are still some last mile connectivity of the evacuation pipeline in these blocks. So there are two things that is optimum to note here. One is that if GAIL, being the aggregator in the regional vicinity, can facilitate that, that is number one. Number two, since the colleagues from ministry are also there, there's one concept of ENP entity pipeline that is being mooted down right now. So if that can be expedited, because these blocks would come on production sooner or later, so before that, these things can be tackled, which will help a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Krishnendu. Your suggestion is well taken, and we'll definitely work on it.
Yeah, I actually...
Madam, we are calling from Andhra Pradesh Gas Power Corporation Limited. Can you provide step-by-step training, mock training for us on how to bid with the... in online, how to bid?
As of now, we do have if you have time today, we have our facilitation desk where our M-Junction personnel are available who will guide you through the steps, right, today, just after the session. Maybe Mr. Shabir, are you there?
You said 21st it is opening, na?
It is already started opening. Bid closing is on 31st.
Yeah, bid closing on 21st.
It's open now. It's open now. You can submit bid anytime.
Okay.
But if you need to know what is the process, please connect Shabir. Shabir, please identify yourself. Okay, so he can guide you today also, or any point in time, please connect Shabir. We can show you remotely how to submit the quotation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right. Sure.
I just wanted to add few things to what actually Krishnendu was raising. The point raised by Krishnendu is pretty valid point. On this, there are 2 points I wanted to make. One is that for the small quantity of gases, we have the CGD networks in the local areas which is being actually bidded by, offered by PNGRB, and regularly it is being updated. And wherever there is a requirement, if there is a request coming up, PNGRB is taking positive steps for putting in the CGD networks in those areas, wherever the requirements are there. And second point is that we have an IGX, gas exchange portal, wherein you can put in your quantity of gas for bidding purposes, and there is an option that while bidding itself, you can offer the gas with the facility of the buyer itself. That option is being explored, and recently in few of the bids, that facility has been explored by the bidders in our gas exchange portal also. But the limitation of gas exchanges, it is for initial small quantity. For our major quantities, definitely we need a better gas infrastructure. Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Chandrasekhar Deshpande from OFI Oilfield Instrumentation. As you mentioned, the tolling and processing charges is that a document is submitted, that is released, but what we have seen is there are around 5 blocks or 5 fields which are missing from that list. There are 2 from Assam, 3 from Rajasthan, and then Cambay and Gujarat Indroda, all of Cambay offshore, and then KG offshore, shallow water, and Rawa offshore. Nothing is mentioned in that about tolling and processing charges.
There are certain issues. For example, in Rajasthan, there is no facility nearby. So
in that list, wherever there is no facility, is specifically mentioned that in this area there is no facility.
Right now, as you're mentioning Rajasthan, I know in Rajasthan there is no facility. Maybe it has got missed. Whatever is the list, sir, if you could just point out and send us a mail at DSF3 bidding, we'll revert back. I'll give you your queries.
Okay, thanks.
Okay?
Any other questions, please?
Excuse me, madam. Is bid bond is different from BG, madam? Both we have to give.
Bid bond will have to be submitted in the form of a TDR.
Yeah, TDR, correct.
Yes, you have to give a bid bond necessarily. It is mandatory.
Okay.
BG only if you have to give if you don't meet the net worth.
Okay, right.
I'll explain it to you maybe once after the session.
Right.
If there are no further questions, I would request a representative from MOPNG if they want to say a few words on the issues or the questions asked, to summarize the thing.
Good afternoon, all. This is Santosh Mani, presentee at MOPNG. Thank you, Aarti ma'am, for giving us this opportunity. We'd like to first of all congratulate each and everybody present here to be a part of this grand opportunity, what we have carved out for you. We have worked very hard to bring these opportunity for the current bidding rounds of CBM and small field, discovered small field. As the name says, it is discovered, so we are assured that there's discover potential in there. So we have to come forward, in fact, you have to come forward and be part of this journey. So facilities-wise, we have made a lot of radical changes. We have offered this in the current bid rounds, be it around 75% reduction in LD, or in different procedural changes. We have introduced a lot of changes you can find from in the morning session. And we are glad that you have got very good questions, very basic questions from sir. That was a difference between bid bond and something. That is very normal questions. And we request DJs to kindly hold a session, online session on the process of this bidding, because they might be having some some apprehensions how to go practically. So I request M Junction to kindly hold an online sessions, 1 or 2 online sessions on that. And please feel free to contact us anytime if you have any queries regarding these 2 bidding opportunities. So we wish you all the best. Any kind of questions you have, please feel free to ask. CBM, we have already offered around 15 blocks are there, having very good potentials of 8485 BCM of gas and 8485 square kilometers of acreage area, and very handsome, smart amount of gas also, around 700 BCM of in place. If you calculate even 60% recovery, it's quite handsome in terms of value, financial value. It's coming around $21 billion. We have calculated yesterday itself. So we request you all. And it's very nice to see very young talents also coming in the form of startups. We were just discussing in the this lunch session, having 2 or 3 guys from very young startups to be a part of this journey. We are really glad to see you all. Apart from the established companies, new companies are coming. It's really good news for us. We had very good session on how to finance these projects. We had SBI Capital, we had from SDFC also. What we think, we have got all the necessary inputs with us, right from the potential and right from up to the financing the projects also. We have got very good expertise in forms of very experienced leaders. So thank you all, thank you ma'am for giving this opportunity, and we invite you all to be part of this journey. Wish you all success, thank you.
Thank you, Santosh. Thank you for sharing your views on what is happening and how just to summarize the things. If at all, at a later stage of time also, if you have any questions, we are here. Our contact details are available on DGH website, on the facilitation, on each and every, there are tabs for DSF3, for SB, Special CBM Bid Round 2021, wherein the details of contact are available. So please feel free to contact us anytime on those contact numbers. At the end, I would like to thank everyone for the active participation in this session, wherein this M Junction has actually explained everything and people have the questions. So which shows that there is, the people are coming forward for investing in these new opportunities available for them. Thank you, everyone. On the ongoing, I hope you have all taken the note that although bidding has started from 15th and 20th of April, but bid end date is 31st May. Request you all to go through the documents and come forward for the bidding. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. I would request everybody to kindly join us for the high tea. And we all are available. Again, I'm saying we all are available in the tea area also for any other queries it comes to your mind. Thank you. Thank you so much.